success. Good morning, all. A warm welcome to the second day of our two-day international online conference on emerging ideologies and trends in English language, literature, and cultural studies. Let's not delay to start today's session. Without any doubt, today's session will be as fruitful and enlightening as yesterday's session. Now, may I request Dr. Kaviyarasu, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, to welcome and introduce the resource person of this session. There are few changes in the schedule. As the guest is not available now, let's have the paper presentation session now. Sorry for the inconvenience. We request the presenters to be ready. We request K.M. Lalita, Research Scholar from Jain University, N. Nafianas from Don Bosco College, J. Alagesh from Nasret Magasis College, Srimati and Monica to get ready for their presentation. We are about to start the presentation in 5 minutes. The presenters kindly get ready. Presenters, kindly get ready. We are about to start the presentation. K.M. Lalita, Navia Nas, Alagesh, Shmati, Jerry Elka, Agamat Sadikna, Hindu Sri, Nitin Baggu, Nigil Babu, Clement Arakyaraj, kindly get ready for the presentation. Now let's start the paper presentation session. Now I request Dr. P. Sujatha to chair this session. Dr. P. Sujatha has 15 years of teaching experience. Her specialization area includes African literature. I'm glad to invite her to chair this session.
Hearty good morning to all. It's my great privilege to be a chair of this session. Okay, kindly I invite the participants. Already we have given the names. So participants, the first one, Lalita, a research scholar at Jain University. So I request you, please you present your paper. So are you ready now? Lalita, so be ready to make a presentation. I think it's time to present your paper. Lalita, kindly reply us. Okay, let me invite the next part. So Lalita, if you are not ready, we invite the next one. So I hope Vigneshwaran, are you ready? Vigneshwaran from KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. Vigneshwaran. So kindly reply me. Vigneshwaran, are you ready to present your paper?
Yes, ma'am. Vigneshwaran is ready. He will join in 2 seconds. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Hello, ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Vignesh, you are very much audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Shall I start? Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am, can I start?
Yeah, you can start now. You can start.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, all. I'm Vignesh, a student of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. I'm doing my master's. My research is on the expression of digital cultural tension in the Julia Quinn's Duke and I. Duke and I is a very contemporary novel written in 2014. Yet it talks about the cultural tension that is existing in the 21st century because of the digital setup we have in the society. Culture and literature are very integral and reciprocal. When everything that happens in social media impacts the society, the modern ideologies, the cultural necessity and exposure of people to the internet world, the effects of these things are immeasurable in the life of teenagers and particularly young adults. In the digital era, with the coming of social media, people behave in a manner to prove themselves to some recognition of value. This is a very particular problem that is existing in the society, which must be addressed importantly. It is called as the fear of missing out. They call it FOMO in social terms. The fear of missing out might keep one going back to social media again and again over and over again, so that they don't miss things. Even though there were few things that they can't wait or require immediate attention, FOMO will convince people otherwise. People are concerned that if they don't keep up with the newest news or the gossips in the social media, particularly gossip for women, they feel like they'll be left out of the conversation at school or at the work or any place they work at. They believe that if they don't share or comment or like the other people's posting right away, they think their the relationship would suffer. This thing is expressed perfectly in the novel. Actually, the novel is set in the Regency era. It is not a contemporary setting. Though it is set in the Regency era where there were no technology of mobile phones and no social media was available, author tries to bring it through a society newspaper which is called just a minute. Yeah, yes. Lady Whistledown Society papers. Lady Whistledown Society papers is circulated among the London society during the period of March, where the London season happens. London season, to be precise, is a season where all the marriages happen in London, where all the debutantes from every family and viscounts from every family is presented in front of the Queen, and the Queen names the diamond of the season and who gets more appeal in the season, who is more attractive in the season. Everything the Queen does. After which the viscounts will go and approach debutantes for marriage and take their hands in marriage. This is how the culture in England works. This Lady Whistledown is an anonymous writer who don't want to express her identity to the society, but still writes gossips about the marriage season in the country. This it is very beautiful. It creates stress among the people of the country that they want to keep up to the comments of Lady Whistledown. This stress has resulted a lot of things in the life of Daphne. Daphne Bridgerton is the protagonist of the novel, who undergoes a lot of stress because of this. She has to agree to the condition of Simon. Actually, Simon is the male protagonist of this novel, who doesn't want to marry anyone because of he had a very bad past with his father. He lost his mother at a young age, and his father did not have a good love on him when he was small, since he cannot speak much, converse well when he was a child. Due to all these problems, he didn't want the lineage to continue. So he wanted not to get married or never get a child. But he was considered the most important person in the season. And the Daphne on the other side is the diamond of the season. But the problem of both forced them into a situation where they portray to the outside world that they are in love with each other, in where they were not. They were planning to fool the people around them by telling them that they are giving them an impression that they are going to marry, so that they can escape from the gossips and things of the real world. This happens in the social media too. There is a compulsion for every woman, every teenage woman, that they should involve into some relationship, or else they'll be left out of the society. This creates tension in the future and further creates problems in their society. And even after the marriage, Daphne and Simon decided not to get a child. But Daphne badly wanted a child, so he rapes him when he was drunk. And this is a very bad scenario that the other author has portrayed, because this is also happening in the 21st century because of all the effects of social medias and the contribution of social media in the society. This I want to record in this. This I wanted to record in this paper, and to be precise, Julia Quinn has recorded her experience with the life in the 21st century that she had experienced around her, experienced in her own life or around her life. She has consciously or unconsciously recorded the contemporary cultural tension in the novel. Irrespective of the setting or the age of the plot in any work of art is created, the creator or the author, in the case of literature, cannot stop himself from expressing the cultural tension of his age in his work. That happened in the Duke and I novel. And that is all I have to say, I guess. Any doubts? Any questions?
Okay, Vigneshwaran, you have presented well. Dear participants, if you have any queries or clarification, you can ask Vignesh now. You can ask Vigneshwaran. Any queries or clarification from the side of the participants? Dear participants, so kindly mute your mic, except the presenter. Some unwanted voice we do here. So kindly mute your mic, all of you, except the presenter.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Anybody is willing to ask any clarifications? No? Okay, Vigneshwan, you have presented well. You have explained about the culture in England and how it was adapted by the characters and the protagonist, and the protagonist, how they reacted about the situation, and how he has a stubborn stand of not getting married, and afterwards he decided not to get even a child. So all the things you have explained through your paper. So what you want to convey to the readers? Through your paper, what do you want? Okay, what do you wish to convey?
Yes, ma'am. I wish to convey that the social media should be used responsibly, and social media is no compulsion to anyone. There is no compulsion of being active in it. It is just a part of media where we share information. It's not a compulsive platform where we have to be present. I think the society it's high time for the society to learn it and understand it.
Okay, fine. Yeah, you have done well. And in future also, you can do some further study on this. Social media, it just becomes a vital role in day-to-day life, isn't it? So how it has to be utilized without affecting anyone. That is a very important one. And so how it has to be utilized in a proper way and proper channel, it has to be utilized. That has to also be noted. Okay. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Vigneshwaran.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next one, Sri Meena from KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. Sir Meena, are you ready? Sri Meena, yes, sir.
Ma'am.
From, yeah, please.
Ma'am, I'm ready, ma'am. Please
Okay.
let me present my slide.
Okay, yeah, you can. You can share your screen.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Okay. The title of my paper is Ted Hux and His Animalism, a study of Hux's poems with animal symbolism. I would like to start by telling great literature is simply language charged with meaning to the utmost possible degree. Each and every words are given a great power when it comes to literature. Beyond words, the meaning which is explained via the words is what makes literature different. And now let me talk about Ted Hux. Ted Hux, he is actually known as animal poet because he has handled so many animal imagery through his poems. And to everyone's note, I would like to tell that Ted Hux was the husband of one more popular poet, Sylvia Plath. So Ted Hux was always known for his ruthless style of writing. He does not follow any conventional form or any traditional form, but he used to write with a ruthless form of writing, and that is what helped him in framing the animal imagery. And he has not only written on animal imagery, he has also written novels using more other techniques. So my paper is on animalism. First poem, The Jaguar. In this poem, the author speaks, as the title says, the author speaks about the animal, the jaguar. The narrator here, the speaker here is an unnamed person. He visits a zoo, and in that zoo, he comes across a lot of animals. Every animals are very faded, and every other animals are dull and gloomy, and they are confined behind the bars, and they are just facing their fate without any help. They have no help, and they are facing their fate. But one animal gathered the whole attention of the crowd. That animal is the jaguar. The jaguar was very active and enthusiastic. It was ferocious enough that everyone thought that it is not in the zoo, it is in the jungle. It was enjoying its limits. And from this poem, what Ted Hughes is telling us is no matter what the situation the humans are in, they still have the hope of having a good life. So the inner world will determine the outer world, and that is explained by the jaguar. Jaguar was so much enthusiastic that the entire crowd got enlightenment from the jaguar. So this is what the poet tries to say from this poem. And the next poem is the thought fox. This poem has an entire different setup. It is like a narrator, a poet himself is sitting in a room, in his room, with a blank page. He has nothing to write. He has no inspiration. So he can see that his window is open, and he can see that the night sky has lots of stars. So here the night sky is the traditional writing style. He still cannot find any inspiration from window or from the night sky or from everything around him. He cannot get any inspiration. He then keeps thinking, and slowly he can understand that he gets an image of a fox. First, he just imagines how a fox eye would be, how its nose would be, and how ferocious how cunning its walk would be, and all these things he was imagining. And slowly he could understand that he is imagining helplessly about the fox. He had no intention of imagining about a fox, but still he imagines it. And he concludes his imagination with the footprints of the fox on the snow. So what he imagines is a picture of a fox walking slowly and gradually and coming into the image with its footprints marked on the snow. So from this poem, the author tries to tell that writing a poem need not to be an imitation from the history. He says that even though if we did not get any inspiration from the conventional style of writing poetry, we still have chances to write poetry like the footprints of a fox in the snow. So it is very easy. The inspiration for writing a poetry can be from anywhere. We can write a poem on anything. So this poem has been an inspiration. Actually, it says what a poem is. So these two poems were the matter of my study. And he has written still so many poems on animalism, but these two poems were inspired by me and studied by me through this paper. I would like to wind up. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thanks for the patience.
Okay, thank you. You have presented well. So from the participant sides, any queries? Any queries or clarification if you want to ask, you can ask. Ask the presenter. Okay, fine. So you have beautifully presented your paper and okay.
Sujha.
Okay, ma'am.
Actually, ask my opinion.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yes. Sri Meena, I think she has presented a paper on TED Hughes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you presented well. And as a PG student, you just put forth all your efforts to make a presentation. So I am really so happy. And that your level best, though you are a student. You want to put your academic excellence on par with the research scholars, PhD scholars, as well as other staff members. So I really appreciate you for the contribution that you have made, and you just played your part to make the conference a successful one. On behalf of your institution as well as our institution, I just appreciate you, and I convey my best wishes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
For your wonderful comments. Thank you, ma'am. So even as a PG student, you have presented well. Thank you so much. And let me invite the next presenter, Shiva Shankari, second MA English from KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Sivashankari, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Vivekananda, second MA English student from KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. So be ready
Yes,
to
ma'am.
present your
Let me
paper.
present my explain, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning to all the presenters and organizers. Let me introduce myself to you all. I am Shiv Shankri, secondary English teacher from Kumar Arts and Science College. The title of my paper is Gothic Elements in Selected Short Stories of Edgar Allan Poe. Stephen Moffat once said, "We are all stories in the end. The world is a stage, we are actors, and our life is a stage." A piece of prose fiction that typically can be read in one sitting and focuses on a self contained incident or a series of linked incidents with the intent of evoking a single effect or mood. Short story resembles novels in all aspects, but it should be read with a single sitting. Edgar Allan Poe has composed an essay titled as The Philosophy of Composition, in which he said the above condition. Poe was an American poet, short story writer, and a literary critic, and he is a prominent figure of Romanticism. The paper reflects on the Gothic elements seen in the Telltale Heart and the Pit and the Pendulum. Gothic elements in literature include the work having some uncommon elements that tend to switch the mood of readers, arouse a special feeling through sense of fear, pain, or darkness. The Telltale Heart is a short story about an unnamed narrator who kills an old man just because he was seduced by his pale blue eye and strange loud heartbeats. He confesses that I love the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me himself for his goal. I had no desire. I think it was his eye. The retrospective horror story is The Pit and the Pendulum. A narrator is sentenced to death during Spanish Inquisition. The narrator is in a dungeon and wakes up three times, once for measuring the place, next to the loaf of bread, and finally tormented by the sharp-edged pendulum. Finally, he is saved by General Lezel, a French commander. The Gothic elements in the above stories is found in the strange, horror-based setting, the pale blue eyes, the loud heartbeat. The elements of death and dreadfulness is presented through intelligent narration. The second short story also has a number of Gothic elements like a dark, huge room, the unconsciousness and conscious pitching, the deep pit at the middle of a room, the weakness and recurring themes of death repeating. Hence, I ended up highlighting the Gothic elements in the selected short stories of Edgar Allan Poe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shivasankari. You have presented well. And a humble request is that the presenters, when you present your papers, you please on your video. Okay? So your camera must be kept on. Okay, from the participant side, participants, if you ask some clarification, it will be interesting. And we are expecting from you. So your appreciation and comments are needed to the presenter. So kindly you can give your comments, or else you can, if you want to clarify something, you can ask to the concerned presenter. Okay. No one is with a question, it seems. Okay. You have beautifully explained how Edgar Allan Poe, an American writer, how he presented things through his stories and through his lines, how he represents things. So you have presented. So I hope you have gone through the short stories. And you have talked about some common elements. So can you combine this common elements with the even your current study? You have presented that, and tell me how it can be applied in the future society.
And dear Sudha ma'am,
Okay, ma'am.
and then you see that she is an PG student. She's a PG student. She just she has just said that she has incorporated Gothic elements that he has chosen for presenting his theme, and she has explained this much, comparing the stories that she has selected for her. Paper presentation. The stories I think that she has chosen, the telltale heart and the pitch and the pendulum, and in that she just explained how the Gothic elements have been very effectively utilized for his focus on his work. So I think that as a PG student, she has done well. This is my opinion, and then let us. uh, uh, choose questions at the biggest research scholars who are about to become the professor.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Let me invite the next presenter, Srimati, Larshri, and Monica. So both of them, it's 2,000, right? So the two persons say they contribute to this paper. So who is willing? You can present your paper.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'll just share my screen. Just give me a second. I'm unable to find a way to share my screen. 1 minute.
Your voice is not so clear, ma'am. Clear?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I want to share the screen. Yes, 1 second. I'm not able to share the screen. There's some problem. It's not allowing me. 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Now it's. So Monica will take over.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Monica. I'm currently working as guest faculty of Spanish in Delhi University, and it's a joint paper. We are presenting. We are presenting myself and Smriti Latsaria. She is a PhD scholar at Jawaharlal Nehru University. The title of our research paper is "A Language-Based Approach to Teach Spanish Through Literature." So through our paper, we wish to use a language-based approach to teach Spanish language as a foreign language. As we all know, literature is an authentic text, and using authentic text can offer the reality of the literature, reality of language, enlarges exposure to target language, and fosters language competence. So it can serve as a beneficial tool. But however, in the universities where Spanish is taught, so the literature is used as a content. So where the literature is taught as a part of courses, where the political, historical, social backgrounds, the history, the authors, the literary movements are taught and all. So they lack a language-based approach. Then we, through our paper, we wish to just show the usefulness and strategies to incorporate the literary texts such as novel, poem, and all for Spanish language teaching and learning. So for this study, we have chosen one of the best seller of Mexican novelist, Laura Esquivel. And here we would like to show some strategies, and that Smriti Latsaria will show you. So over to you, Smriti.
Yeah, so this novel, the novel is called Like Water for Chocolate. And it's a novel written by a woman writer during the post-boom period. And the novel is divided in 12 chapters. All these 12 chapters are basically 12 recipes. So I feel it is an excellent tool to teach language as well as literature, because the backdrop of the novel is Mexican Revolution. And it talks about how women, were subverted. Women subverted the different aspects of patriarchy during the time of early 19th century. early 20th century. So one of the activities is obvious, which is writing the recipe. And I think that since the book already uses certain concepts to write the recipe, certain language approaches, like it says like say, there is an impersonal concept called say, and so we can adapt it at different levels: intermediate level, elementary level, and upper immediate level. So one of the suggestions was that the students could write their own recipes of their own region, write little background about cultural notes about the recipes that they would write in Spanish. Then there are some extension tasks that were suggested, which was like using literary devices. So students are already studying. They are already studying literary devices through literature. Students could identify literary devices in the novel. They could do a character sketch of the persons in their own lives, their family members, through the novel. They could do a reverse character sketch of the protagonist or different characters of the novel. So that was another suggestion. And many other suggestions, like debates and discussions, which can be, on topics of feminism, on topics of Mexican Revolution, on topics of relationship between United States and Mexico. So it's an excellent novel. It's easy to read, though the language complexity looks, that there is a lot of linguistic complexity appears in the beginning of the text. But as students start to, use the text in the language-based approach, they realize that, the text is very enjoyable. The authenticity helps them to explore literature of a similar nature. So as such, literary text can aid in the development of reading proficiency. So they read more, they think more, and they are able to use the language in a more natural way. So to conclude, what we suggested and recommended were a few activities and ideas to use literary text in degree and master's program of Spanish. It was to establish relationship between language learning and literature, because in our studies we observed that they were not connected. There were two different elements of learning the language, a foreign language. And literature is obviously an excellent source. It aids in developing language skills because of its authenticity, because of its cultural information. The source of, we receive a lot of cultural information through literature. And we also feel that the scope and feasibility of such activity doesn't just, limit to Spanish as a language. It can be applied to many other foreign languages. Thank you so much. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So both of you, really, you have done a wonderful job. Your presentation was excellent. It's a new one. Okay, really, we enjoyed your presentation. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next presenter.
Ma'am, can I present now?
Okay, please. Actually, the guest is ready now. So, guest is about to start the session, and let us continue presentation after that. Okay.
Ma'am?
Thank you, ma'am, for chairing this session. Your suggestions and appreciations are definitely thought-provoking and encouraging to the scholars. Now, I request Dr. Kaviyarasu, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to welcome and introduce the resource person.
Good morning, Kavi.
Sir. Yes. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Shall I? Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a great honor for me to share a few of my thoughts with you. First of all, I wish to thank the head of the department for inviting me. And also I can see Dr. Sumati ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for being part of this. Of course, I don't know whether I will live up to the expectations of Kaviyarasu. I'll do my best. Thank you, Dr. Kaviyarasu, for such a kind of introduction to me. But I am a hard worker. That's what I can tell. Nothing more than that. I work very hard. That is why I'm able to do some kind of publications as well as visit to other countries like that. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So I'll move on to my talk. Of course, my pet area is eco-criticism. So I've chosen eco-criticism to say a few of my thoughts on eco-criticism. Of course, this is an emerging area, one of the emerging areas. So here I'm going to talk about certain deliberations on eco-study. Let me start with the quotation by a famous quotation on ecological vision. I quote, "It is not mind-bending or mind-blowing or mind-boggling. It is mind-expanding." So this is a very, very famous quotation by Ruckert. So I'm going to introduce this eco-criticism, which is mind-expanding. Especially I'm going to concentrate on landscape study. Another name for landscape study is loco-descriptive study. So if you think of literature and the ecology, because ecology happens to be the base for eco-criticism, literature and ecology are poles apart. And if you think of ecology as such, ecology means the study of the house. Of course, if you think of other sciences, those other sciences like mathematics, physics, chemistry, all are anthropocentric in nature. only ecology is the only subject which is biocentric in nature. That too, in the year 1960, only Paul Shepard wrote a book on subversive science. So ecology is a subversive science which subverts. And in the year 1970, you have Rachel Carlson's Silent Spring comes to fore, and this is a great boon for the subject ecology. So where you find the Silent Spring, a world without birds. So this idea is on pesticides, over use of pesticides, and this title itself is taken from John Keats's La Bella Dame Sans Merci. So when you use this pesticide, uncontrolled pesticide, then you will not be able to control this world from destruction. So from that, I wish to move on to eco-criticism. When you think of eco-criticism, of course, in the year 1978, William Ruckert has written this wonderful essay, Literature and Ecology. Literature and Ecology, an experiment in eco-criticism. So this is supposed to be the first point, starting point of eco-criticism. Everybody knows this. So after this, 10 years after that, Cheryl Gottfelty came up with a paper on eco-criticism, ELA conference, and she was just a what shall I say, graduate student, that is PG student, and she presented a paper on eco-criticism, and you know the history, and because of that one, eco-criticism got fame, and now people are working on eco-criticism. I don't want to go into that in a deeper way. Still, I wish to tell you that for Americans, it is eco-criticism. For Britishers, it is green studies. So both are one and the same, but there are certain differences, but I don't want to stress on that because these are just labels. So no need for us to think about the labels much, whereas the content is more important. So if you think about eco-criticism, of course, Peter Barry comes to our mind. So you have the beginning theory, and he's in the beginning theory, Peter Barry says, I quote, "For the eco-critic, nature really exists out there beyond ourselves, not needing to be ionized as a concept by enclosure within knowing inverted commas, but actually present in an entity which affects us and which we can affect fatally. So if we mistreat it." So we understand that it is not just inverted commas, it's not a metaphor, it is not a simile. Okay, it is nature is nature, according to Peter Barry. And another quotation I wish to tell you is quote is from Peter Barry is, "The eco-critic reading it focuses on outside, on the house and its environs, rather than inside on the owner and his psychology," unquote. Of course, this quotation is on Peter Barry's quotation is on Poe, Fall of the Usher. In Fall of the Usher, you find the whole place is miserable. People are suffering. The people who are inside are suffering. Usher is suffering. That place, outside the whole place dilapidated. The lake outside is in black color. Okay, and people always study the psyche of those individuals living in the house. Whereas Peter Barry has given this example to talk about the area outside. It's not a psychology of that person, it is the environment that's more important according to Peter Barry, because that is also dilapidated and it is destroying, and it is like a black hole, he says. It is totally destroyed and it's going to destroy. So it is a small example, and which we can call that is a kind of world which is going to, earth which is going to die like this. And of course, from that I wish to move on to the landscape study. And Peter Barry, in fact, he talks about 4 types of outdoor environment. Of course, if you refer to Peter Barry, you will be able to understand this. Area 1, he calls this as wilderness. Area 2, scenic sublime. Number 3, area 3 is countryside. Area 4 is domestic picturesque. He says wilderness, because whenever we think of nature, you cannot take a park as nature, or you reject park as nature. Like that, it's very difficult for us to find out whether we can include a place called park, garden, or in America, the lanes. So he considers parks, gardens, lanes as the domestic picturesque, and fields, woods as the countryside, forests, lakes, mountains, cliffs, or they come under scenic sublime, and deserts, oceans come under wilderness. So now we need to understand that nature is dominating in wilderness, whereas culture is very, very less. But if you move on to the last area, that is domestic picturesque, you have culture dominating. Of course, if you come to Bishop Iber College, Dr. Kavirus knows this very well. Bishop Iber is called Beauty Bishop because of nature which is there. So that comes only under area 4, that is domestic picturesque. So you need to understand that many of the writers who are writing on nature are not writing on wilderness. Their preferred area is scenic sublime or countryside. So with the help of this also you can study literature. And the next question you find that in Peter Barry is, what do eco-critics do? There are many points he has given. I'm going to take up only one point. They reread major literary works. They reread major literary works from an ecocentric perspective, with particular attention to the representation of the natural world. Okay, so I'm going to look into some of the works, because I told you I'm going to deal with landscape study. Or is there any name given? One is landscape study, other one is loco-descriptive study. You can also call this as loco-descriptive study. I'm going to take a very, very simple story. Jim Carpet's A Deed of Bravery. You know, I don't know whether you know this story or not. There is an interaction between Narva and Haria in the story. And where you find Jim Carpet tries to explain or describes the whole place. I wish to read the text that he says that after negotiating the series of high walls, which from the head works of the canal. In that one, he is talking about a lot of animals. He explains he is able to find mashir, fish type, mashir fish, and also is able to find chittal, samba, kakar, all these are deer types, and he's able to see leopard, tiger, all these things are, all these animals are there. Where you find, of course, you know the story. I don't know if you don't know the story. I just give it in a nutshell. What happens? These two guys, they are not brothers, but they call themselves as brothers, Narva and Haria. And these two guys are attacked by a tiger. But at the end, the tiger allows these people to survive. So that is why at the end of the story, Jim Carpet calls this tiger as just J-U-S-T, just tiger. And he has given this title and also written in his book, Man-Eaters of Kumaun. So this is one simple landscape where you find animals are there, the landscape, rivers, trees, all are beautifully explained. Okay, that is one area. Second one is, I wish to take up another example, that is The Loaded Dog by Henry Lawson. I've done that many times. Whenever I read, I find a lot of new things in that. And The Loaded Dog is a very, very funny story. Okay, it in a very, very jocular way, the writer has written this story. And you have Dave Reagan Jimmy Bentley, Andy Page. These three people are there. Apart from that, there is a dog. Tommy is the dog. Here you find Henry Larsen as a keen eye. He tells the reader how the pond is full of fish. The party were fond of fish, and Andy and Dave of fishing. So these people are interested in fishing, and I quote, there were plenty of fish in the creek. Freshwater bean, cod, catfish, and tailors, unquote. So there is also a special mention of catfish and explains how the catfish behaves. There was a catfish with spikes going out of the sides of its head, and if you got pricked, you will know it, Dave said. So like that, he is explaining even the minutest things about that fish. Of course, you know that he has this dog. These people consider that as an overgrown pup, a foolish dog. That's how these people consider. But in the story, we understand that, of course, you find the landscape is beautifully explained, that one. If you find time, kindly read that story, short story, how the writer is able to explain. But the problem is not with the dog, not with the fish, not with the landscape. The problem is with the human beings. Dave Reagan and Jim Bentley, and especially, okay, Dave Reagan, Jim Bentley, and Andy Page. So these people, what they do is, they want to fish. Anyway, they can fish. But what they do is they prepare a bomb, and they place the bomb inside that creek, and they want to blow up that place so that they can take some fish. So this, we can easily compare this with The Old Man and the Sea, well-known novel, Old Man and the Sea, where you find the main character, the person tries to go for a very, very big fish like marlin. Whereas he's a very, very old man, he could have very well gone in for small fish. So that kind of question is always raised. Why should this man go for a very big fish? Okay, so that answer is there, always there, because human beings always, want to take over a landscape. They want to, what shall I say, take over animals, master the animals, kill the animals, like that. So this over enthusiasm is one of the reasons for these people to go into that. So here you find the destruction of nature taking place. The reason is, clearly we are able to understand that these human beings are unaware of the destruction which they are going to make, how the landscape is killed. The landscape is destroyed, totally destroyed. Okay, so this is again a very beautiful story where we are able to understand how these people, unaware of things, destroy nature. Okay, and I'll move on to the next story. Other one is, okay, I wish to move on to a poem that is from British literature. The Garden, of course, a very, very well-known poem. I wish to read from that. How vainly men themselves amaze to win the palm, the oak, the base, and their incessant labors see crowned from some single herb or tree, whose short and narrow wedges shade does prudently their toils upbraid, while all the flowers and trees do close to weave the gardens of repose. So now, first of all, Andrew Marvell is able to tell us that people want to win a palm. Palm leaf is usually given for military honors. Oak leaf is given for political honors. And you all know that bay laurel is for poetic achievements. So when the whole garden is at their disposal, they are unwilling to do that. They are unwilling to take up that I wish to quote from the poem, mistaken long, I sought you, then in busy companies of men. Again, it's a very, very beautiful observation made by Andrew Marvell. Andrew Marvell says, whenever we go in search of nature, we don't go all alone. We go in busy company of men. We go in busy company of friends. As a family, we grow. We go and enjoy nature, but that is not the right way. He says, your sacred plants, if here below, only among the plants will grow. So he says that society is all but rude to this delicious solitude. If somebody goes all alone to enjoy the nature, what happens? People laugh at those people. What happened to you, man? Why are you going all alone to Ooty or Kodaikanal or Himalayas like that? Okay. So this is a very, very great or important observation made by Andrew Marvell. Society is all but rude to this delicious solitude. And another point is made is, no name shall but your own be found. So very beautiful observation made by the poet. I don't know how many of you live very close to nature. If you go to a village, you will understand those people will be able to easily identify the trees. Okay, I still remember when I was a small boy, I was taken to a nearby village, and the whole there was a pond. The pond was filled with snakes. I was amazed to see a lot of snakes there. One small boy from the village just jumped into that pond and caught hold of a snake and said, "Tanni pambu," a non-venomous snake. So like that, only if you live close to nature, you'll be able to know about snakes. People know about the trees. Nowadays, unable to even distinguish between trees, unable to distinguish between animals. That is purely because we are not living close to nature. That's what the author says. The poet said, no name shall but your own be found. When you look at that animal, you should be able to find the name of the animal, of the tree, without any kind of hesitation. And he is also appreciating the garden. I quote from that, what wondrous life is this I lead. Ripe apples drop about my head, luscious cluster of wine upon my mouth do crush their wine. The nectarine, the curious speech, into my hands themselves do reach. Stumbling on melon, I pass. So you find the beautiful explanation from our description from the poet. Nature is bountiful, beautiful. And he goes on to talk about how the last line says, how could such sweet and wholesome hours be reckoned but with herbs and flowers. This is also another landscape explained beautifully by Andrew Marvell. I request all of you to read other poems by Andrew Marvell, not only The Garden, but there are many poems written on nature. Kindly read them, you'll understand nature better, because Andrew Marvell loves nature and he's able to write like that. And I wish to move on to another example. Of course, a very iconic and very famous writer, Robert Frost. So what happens in Robert Frost stopping by woods on a snowy evenings? Again, it's an iconic example, often repeated. So you find the poet on the horse's back, and on the one side it is frozen lake, other side woods. He says, woods are lovely, dark and deep, miles to go before I sleep. So this horse is shaking his harness bell. What happened to this fellow? Usually horse sense, the meaning of horse sense is common man's attitude. This common man is, that is the attitude of the common man, it is surprised. This horse is surprised. Either he should be there in the farmhouse or in the house. It is not, there is no in between via media. So this man, Robert Frost, is staying at a place, it is in between. So one place is frozen lake, other place is woods. But there is a choice. There is a choice between, that's how I was taught, choice between duty and beauty. Whereas here we can call nature and nurture. So nature is the call to stay in nature. What happened to Robert Frost? Robert Frost chooses not the nature but the nurture. Okay, he chooses the person who decided to go for the untrodden path treads the trodden path, which is chosen by all people. So you also find that landscape there. I'm just deviated a few in a way to understand that in a better way. There are a few more examples I can quote from the landscape studies. A lot of stories are available. A lot of poems are available. So I've taken only two short stories and two poems to explain this. Okay, and apart from that, there is also another important concept called eco-racism. That also comes under landscape study, because in the eco-racism study, you find the landscape which is given to these First Nation people are surely low in quality. For example, we'll take Untouchable. Okay, Mulkraj Anand's Untouchable, very, very famous novel, where you find this Baka is not given a very, very good landscape. He is given a very, very, what shall I say, polluted landscape. So that is how we can study eco-racism. So I wish to talk about a few more concepts. Another very important concept is bioregionalism. So bioregionalism is a political, cultural, ecological system or set of views based on naturally defined areas called bioregions. Of course, Dr. Kavi also knows that we have a very good theorist called Dr. Nirmal Selvamani. Nirmal Selvamani has written this essay called Neo-Thinai Poetics. In Neo-Thinai Poetics, he talks about three types of relationships. One is integrative relationship, other one is hierarchical relationship, the third one is anarchic relationship. So in the integrative relationship, you find human beings, nature, all are at equal position. You have vertical, horizontal relationships there. But when you come to the hierarchical relationships, you find only the hierarchy is there. The sacred is at the top. In the middle, you have human beings. At the end, you have the nature. And when you go to anarchic, you know that we are living this anarchic relationship where we don't know where we stand. Okay, and especially everything is weighed by the value of money. Okay, if you are rich, your value is different. Even in the hierarchy, you find only the powerful people, they take up the higher positions. So this is another important theory you can think of when you do your research, that is Neo-Thinai Poetics. So this is also on landscape, because Thinai Poetics is basically a landscape study, and you find Dr. Nirmal Selvamani has improved on that, and he has introduced this integrative relations, hierarchical relations, and anarchic relations. And another point is, as I wish to continue with bioregionalism, and here that is a bit different from other theories, where here all are treated equally, all are having the bioregions. Okay, no ups and downs there. It is given importance by the researchers. And of course, apart from that, you also have the modern science fiction novels. They talk about the dying earth, the Anthropocene, where you find the dying earth. The whole landscape is taken over by human beings. The modern study, many of the writers, many of the researchers are working on this dying earth or dead earth. The earth is after some kind of calamity, after some kind of bomb, some blast. So people want to go back, but you cannot go back in evolution. So again, that's also dealt by eco-critics. You cannot go back in evolution. When you think of the there are two types of people like this. No, you have the light greens and dark greens. Light greens are the environmentalists. They say that you should be able to make use of technology. It is KNOW technology, no technology. Whereas the dark greens are NO technology, no need for technology. But you need to understand that we are living in a world which is already polluted, and you cannot go back in evolution, and you cannot purify the whole world. So this literature gives us a lot of stories, give us a lot of ideas, especially nowadays. I can see movies. A lot of movies are coming on science fiction and how the nature is destroyed, and later on what happens? You find a single man or a couple of human beings trying to get back to normalcy. So that is another important study nowadays people are doing, the dying earth and the Anthropocene and science fiction like that. To conclude, I just want to bring in a beautiful poem written by Palamalai, the Bear Dam. I wish to read from that. With the dry lands becoming wet, there is no shade anymore. Is it just that there is no shade, no millet, no maize, no God? So it goes on like that. And what happens is, it is about Kaveri River. This is a tributary of Kaveri, and a dam is built. He calls this dam as barren dam, Mottayane, because there's no water. So what happens here is, to convert the Nanjai, Punjab lands into Nanjai land, that is, they want, because paddy is more important for Tamilians. So we started converting Punjab lands into Nanjai lands. Punjab lands, you need to know that it has its own plantation, it has its own, what shall I say, birds, animals, everything. When these people started converting them, when they started building the dams, the whole landscape was destroyed. You don't have all these things. At the end of the poem, the writer beautifully says, the dams on Kaveri had destroyed forests far and wide. We lost our forest for rice. And then no rain, now no forest, no rice. I wish to repeat that. The dams on Kaveri had destroyed forest far and wide. We lost our forest for rice, and then no rain, now no forest and no rice. To conclude, I wish to tell you, repeat the whole same quotation once again. The ecological vision is not mind-bending or mind-blowing or mind-boggling. It is mind-expanding. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the vibrant and enthralling speech on landscape study. I am elated that I belong to the same beauty bishop you belong. In William Brooker's words, your speech was not mind-bending or mind-blowing or mind-blogging, but mind-expanding. Thank you, sir.
Now, may I request Mr. Praveen Maria Henry, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. This is Praveen Maria Henry. I am here to thank Dr. Suresh Frederick. I am not familiar to him, but when the program was organized, I was very much affectionate to you because my father's name is Mr. M. A. Henry Frederick.
Thank you, sir.
He is no more. He is no more. I was very much attracted, and I felt very familiar to that. I was attracted towards you. Thank you so much, sir. Moreover, your topic was nature and culture. Today morning, we were collapsed by nature. We were in lack of keynote address person who was already planned to be from Thailand, but with what to say, fraction of second, you were ready to present your keynote address. We are very thankful to you. You were like nature, helped us. Then we were very much, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your timely help. Timely help. Without you, this conference might have not come to a completed stage. Very well. We are very much thankful to you, sir. We can't forget you. We can't forget you. Thank you so much. You are very helpful than nature. Then what I have to say is complication between nature and culture. I used to think animals are animals and human beings are human beings, but animals does their role. They are in forest, but we people in this outside of forest behaves like animal. Betrayal, jealousy, whatever, all the evil actions are done by us. Animals are animals. There is no doubt. You have made it clear. You have made it clear. Animals are animals and human beings are human beings. Moreover, nature is nature. We people have formed a culture which collapses nature. When you were saying that nature is nature and culture is culture, culture collapses everything. For an example, if an opposite gender is met with an accident, the masculine gender is not in the position to help the feminine gender because of culture. Because of culture, we are very much clear about what you said. Nature and culture is always complicated. Moreover, it's a needy presentation because all the clips are nowadays described by politicians, and there are very controversial things are going around between Kerala and Tamilnadu to construct a dam or whatever it may be. We are killed. We are killed. And then you quoted eco-critics and eco-racism, eco-regionalism. We are very much impressed, and it was very thoughtful keynote address by you, sir. Once again, we thank you for your timely help, and we never forget you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, though the schedule has got changed, all of a sudden you extended your helping hand so as to make the conference a meaningful and successful one. And in spite of the busy schedule that you have had, and though you had your academic responsibility that has to be carried out, still you just you have accepted our request. So thank you so much for that, sir. And then we are really
Thank you very much,
you,
sir. Thank you for the
but
opportunity.
all the busy schedule, you just extended your academic support. And so on behalf of Vivekananda College as well as KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, we just owe our gratitude to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, that you have extended. Sumati ma'am.
Sir. Sir. Sir, we are really indebted to you. Thank you so much. You are really inspiring, sir. Your lectures, we are very much inspired by your, and especially the help you rendered. So really, sir, we are very much thankful to you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants,
Now let's continue with our paper presentation session. Now may I request Dr. P. Sujata to chair this session.
We have enjoyed a wonderful session, and now it's time to listen the young and strong presenters. So those are going to enlighten and enrich the session. Okay. So with their great presentation, so I invite Alakesh, research scholar, PG Research Department of English, North Strait College, Coimbatore. So be ready to present your paper. Alakesh, are you ready? Kindly inform us whether you are ready, or else we'll invite the next presenter. Kindly intimate us. Are you willing to present immediately, or else shall I call your name later?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Presenter. Alakesh, are you ready? Okay, let me invite Rajalakshmi, 2nd MA English, Don Bosco College. Let me invite Rajalakshmi of 2nd MA English, Don Bosco College. Kindly present your paper.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am, tell me now.
Ma'am, Rajalakshmi has completed yesterday, ma'am.
Rajalakshmi completed. Okay. Okay, let me clarify the correct list. I'll call them, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, let me invite Nikhil Babu, 2nd MA English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. So kindly present your paper.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting my paper on Hemingway's Old Man and the Sea. Hemingway is a famous American writer. He describes Santiago as a man who faced pain and ability by his overstrength. He believes that people can only be eliminated but cannot be defeated. Santiago failed catch the fish for 84 days, and on 85th day, he chose to ride the boat on the sea alone. He catch the fish marlin after 3 days and 2 nights. At the beginning of the novel, the old fisherman Santiago was down with bad luck. even though the child who was always with him left him at the time when he needed the most. That did not let him lose his confidence. He still made up his mind and go further into the sea. For this is the task he was born to do. The theme of suffering. The greatest the pressure is the hardest the pain, by Hemingway. One of the greatest lessons of the story is courage and endurance in hardship. The theme of loneliness. An old man lives alone. He fishes alone and experiences extreme solitude at the sea. Marilyn helps the old man drive along the solitude, but their relationship is mutually beneficial. It is a mystery that a person could be lonely in the vast and thickly populated world of today. Poverty. Santiago's sacks symbolize nothing but poverty. A life is discomfort. Santiago walks barefooted on the chilly September morning. He was shivering with morning. This shows his poverty. A man by nature has the ability to survive in all situations. Man can be destroyed but cannot be defeated. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So you have presented well. So really, I am very happy. So even as a PG scholar, you have taken these many steps to done.
Ma'am, I can't hear you, ma'am.
So my voice is not audible. Okay, 1 second. So now am I audible? Am I audible now?
You are audible.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. You have well done. Your presentation is good. So try to present so many papers as a PG scholar. You have done well. So we appreciate you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me invite the next presenter, Ideologies. Ideologies, research scholar, PG Research Department of English. So are you ready? Okay, we'll get that. So I hope Ideologies is not here it seems. Let me invite Sherin. Sherin, second MA student from KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Sherin, kindly make yourself ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Good morning. I'm Sherin of second MA English Literature, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. The title of my paper is Psychoanalytic Study of Edmund in C.S. Lewis, The Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe. C.S. Lewis was a British writer and theologian. He held academic positions in literature at both Oxford and Cambridge University. He is best known for his works of fiction, The Chronicles of Narnia and Space Trilogy.
Kindly keep your
Edmund was an ordinary youngster who had a nasty attitude towards Sydney at the start of the story. Meanwhile, he was a soldier of Narnia's army, which was preparing to fight the White Witch in the land of Narnia. He claimed he wished to join the army and destroy the White Witch when he decided to apologize and recant his sentence. As he was a member of the army, he was inspired to battle the enemy with bravery. His human psyche and ego personality which slightly different from that of the ordinary boy's family. The ego was working as a problem-solving secondary process thinking, which was reasonable. Sigmund Freud defined ego as a portion of one's personality that meditates the demand of id, ego, and superego. The id, according to Freud, is element of personality that drives people to meet their most basic desires.
Edmund possessed the idea of to start the narrative and intentionally became the slave to pressure and desires. However, through analyzing the positive and bad things, he gradually formed the human psyche in concept of ego. It was ego's task to establish the balance between the often opposing forces and ensuring it and superego's needs with much while reminding the true reality of demand. Edmund was also a balance between it and superego in a situation with ego operating the both preconscious and conscious state. The ego worked as a base of reality principle, which tried to fulfill the desires of realistic and socially acceptable manner. Finally, he fulfilled the ambition to be a king, not in a negative way, but doing good to the Narnians. Thank you.
So thank you. And thank you, Shari. You have successfully completed your presentation. I wish you so many people in future. Rakesh, are you ready? I see.
Yes, ma'am. I am ready.
Okay. Next, let me invite Rakesh to present your paper. He is a scholar. Okay,
Yeah, ma'am.
to present your paper.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, good noon, all gathered here. So I am J. Allegis, a scholar of NAAC Margaret College. At Mani, Nasri. So I'm going to present a paper on the diasporic identity as revealed in the Rohingya Mystics novel. So as everyone knows that Rohingya Mystics, his main theme of diaspora is his main theme. Diaspora is meaning with new literature on migration. The theme of immigrant as relocating their new trends on modern day the views on diasporic life. The novel Such a Long Journey, of course, the second novel written by him. So the theme of his native place of origin, Bombay, and cultural trait on the religious Parsi community and the birthplace. Remembrance of sensibility, Rohingya life, Parsi, of his past theme of dual identity, the homeland, with a reconstruction of the past memories. So mystery process in all these works about every human aspect. So in their perspective with dual embodiment, the population of the population sent back to the diaspora referred to discussion on status, especially of Jewish people. The position of Parsi diaspora referred to the dispersion. In the narrative of diaspora is essentially a narrative of the self. The modern context of back home is not necessarily a self, a belonging and an individual sometimes into home and homeland. So especially Parsi as a minority community, the Indian contribution of the social, economical, science, arts, and humanities in the ethno-religious minority of India. The people of Parsi prophet Zoroastrian, so called as Zoroastrianism. So it's originated in the ancient Persian province. It's located by the place as well as the southern Iran. Of Iran actually. So they were from the priest, the leader. The novel Such a Long Journey, the year 1991. So the historical movements, especially in their about the Parsi community, the 1962 Indo-China War. So all the things he explained as his nostalgic experience in this particular novel. So the historical events as a setting and background. So the novel is more and also the symbolism more decisively for the reconstruction of his plot. In this particular chapter, he attempts to explore unifying the present complete picture of Parsi community. So, in that particular novel, Rohingya Mishi, through his diasporic discourse, well depicted his ancestral background, his community's engaged situation in the metropolises like the Bombay as its native place. So finally, he concludes to change the social providence and talk through his field. So, this is a cultural identity.
Okay, thank you, Alagesh. You have presented well. So, you have chosen wonderful author's work. You have chosen Canadian Indian author Roginton mystery. Really, I appreciate you. You have clearly explained the psychological trauma faced by the post-colonial Indians and the diasporic view you have clearly pictured. So thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Next presenter, Ravi Kumar. Ravi Kumar, second MA English from KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. So can you make a presentation?
Let me present my PPT with your permission, ma'am.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay, okay, yeah.
A happy welcome to the active participants at the other end. Let me introduce myself. I am Ravi Kumar, presently a second year PG student, English Literature, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. My paper is titled as The Role of Proportionated Employment of Magic Realism in Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children. The world of materialistic chores, all the artists, especially literarians, perform a great work of selfless service. When it comes to the role of fiction, it would be essential to say literature takes revenge on reality by making it all slave of fiction. One of the most rarely used yet a great style of fiction is the magic realism. Magic realism is defined as what happens when a highly detailed realistic setting is invaded by something too strange to believe. Strange beliefs out of human imagination, either unacceptable or partially acceptable, infused into fiction, constitutes this type. It nullifies the line that is drawn between the reality and fantasy and also enhance the effect served by fictional elements. Salman Rushdie, a novelist with Indian descent, has used magic realism with careful and aesthetic handling in the novel Midnight's Children. He is a British American writer, and this is his second novel. The paper studies the employment of magic realism as fantasy fused magic realism, historical leap of magic realism, mythology mixed magic realism, sociopolitic painted magic realism, hybridity look magic realism. The children who were born in the first hour of Indian independence on 15th of August 1947 is said to possess few extraordinary capabilities. The protagonist, Salim Sinai, could read minds of people. Shiva has strong knees. Twin sisters of Orissa could make people fall in love with them. All blue-eyed child could switch its own genders. Gone girl can multiply fish. From this, the fantastically elements are evident. Rushdie has a funny way of conveying history by humorous. He recalls the Jallianwala Bagh began the moment his grandfather yacked out and hence he escaped. The characters in the novel are named after gods found in the Hindu, Muslim, and Christian religions. It is clearly seen in his reference to Padma as Padma the lotus kali, which grew out of Vishnu novel and from which Brahma himself was born. The Midnight's Children actually numbered to 1001 children, but Salim Sinai understood there only existed 581 children in his 10th birthday. The number is a socio-political reference of number of members in the lower house of the Parliament Lok Sabha. The novel often expressed the hybridity by combining multiplies opposite elements to subvert the meaning of its own. The above mentioned points are only selected among many other magical realistic conceptualism. The book from page 1 till the last has many magic realism without which the story could have been a historical fiction. Hence, Rushdie's magic realism aided in establishing a parallel world. Thank you for the patience, most respected participants and organizers. I wind up here by keeping forth of thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi Kumar. So really, you have presented well. Your presentation clearly portrays the view and ideas whatever you present through your paper. So I wish you all success. Let me invite the next presenter. The next presenter, Nafia Nash from Don Bosco College, Tirupattur. So you be ready to present?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here, ma'am. I'll just present my
Okay. Okay.
Hello, everybody. This is Nafia Nash from Don Bosco College, doing masters. My topic is on struggles for survival in the select homes of Jayanta Mahapatra. Jayanta Mahapatra is the first Indian writer to win Sahitya Akademi Award for his work Relationship in 1981. He has written 20 books in English and 7 books in Oriya. He is one of the pioneers of Indian English poetry. His books include the suffering of his past life in Orissa and landscape, history and culture of his native. His adulthood has inspired him to write about sexuality and poverty, which are in philosophical, psychological, and realistic in nature. Whenever a reader goes to the title of the poem, he might get a hint of a sentiment. It might be a sentimental poem on the remembrance of a grandfather or any other sentimental poem. But rather it is a diary written by a grandfather who suffered from famine. Later on, his feelings had written as a poem by Jayanta Mahapatra. This poem is a based on the conversion towards Christianity of Jayanta Mahapatra's grandfather. So Mahapatra attempts to understand his grandfather's decision. And my paper is on the analysis the struggle of surviving by comparing the poems grandfather and hunger. According to one of the articles from Times of India, there are almost 10 types of hunger, and I have chosen 5 types of hunger to compare these 2 poems. They are the craving for food and emotional hunger. Emotional hunger is self-identity of grandfather and craving for food because of destitute life in the poem Grandfather. And in the poem Hunger, they are craving for food, stress-induced hunger, and boredom. I've taken a few poem lines. They are the yellow diary notes. The yellow diary notes here refers to the white pages which turn to yellow pages. Either it demonstrates that it is years-old diary, or it is a reminder of a crucial time that has been whispered through the writings of grandfather. And the cracked here refers to the people's life that has been shattered into pieces with their angst and their cries. Trailing his nets and his nerves. Here the poet represents the fisherman's angst of pimping his daughter. Did you hear the young tamarin leaves rustle in the cold mean night of your belly? Here the tamarin leaf rustles is a metaphor of food hunger. Just a minute, I'll go to the next slide. It was a difficult choice for the grandfather when he had to choose between his dignity and his life. He has been moving around like jackals to hunt for food. It's been the same question and confusion in the fisherman's thought to choose his daughter and die out of starvation, or sacrifice his daughter and satisfy both their hunger. In a nutshell, I try to conclude that the poet shows that he does not have anything to do with a woman's decision in the poem Hunger, but in Grandfather, the poet highlights on his grandfather's ordeals during the phase of famine. As the past has gone, no one could emphasize on the suffering of the people. Simultaneously in Hunger, no one could tell the plight of the fisherman. He wishes to know more about his grandfather's life, which he could reach in his memoir, but to really know the sufferings of a person, one had to go through the same situation. Here, on the both poems, we realize the unfair social justice in both the poems. Thank you. Thank you, I have completed my presentation. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Nafia. So you have done well. Your presentation is excellent. Okay, let me invite the next presenter, Ms. Jerry Elka, Assistant Professor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Jerry Elka from EITELLCS College of Arts and Science for Women. Yeah, can I present it, ma'am? Can I present my PPT? தெரியுதா தெரியுதா Yeah, good afternoon, Mananta. My paper focuses on the process of becoming in Vikas Varup's novel, The Accidental Apprentice. The most difficult thing is the decision to act, the rest is merely tenacity. The fears are paper tigers. You can do anything you decide to. You can act to change and control your life, and the procedural process is its own reward. Social problems are related to each other, and there are some social problems which are too complex, giving rise to other problems. For example, we can take the population explosion, which has given rise to other problems such as unemployment, food shortage, ill health, and poverty. We can say that social problems are interrelated and interdependent. Like population explosion, unemployment is another major problem. It also brings sickness, suffering in personal and also family and community disorganization. Potter and Leslie have defined the social problem as a condition affecting significant number of people in ways considered undesirable above, which has felt that something can be done through the collective social action. The title, The Process of Becoming, was taken from the novel from the writer Vikas Varup. He was born in the year 1963 and also one of the most recent writers of Indian English. His novels are the Q&A. I think you all know that The Slumdog Millionaire is the adaptation from the novel Q&A. And also Six Suspects and The Accidental Apprentice are universally recognized as a landmark in the genre of adaptation. His novels have humor, fantasy, and sentiment with the gift of the observation of life in a highly personal style. Also, he gets a distinctive place among the recent writers of Indian novels. He takes his readers into the confidence and talks to them like a dear friends. Also, his novels are filled with the strange mixture of sweet and sour, smiles and tears, as well as wisdom and sweet humanity. There is an exquisite mingling of pain and pathos. And this approach work on process of becoming highlights the real sufferings of the suburban Delhi and Dharavi slum community. And it's the story of Sapna Sindra, is an ordinary girl in her early 20s who has given up her dream of being a writer and works in a store in New Delhi. And the story progresses in the Sapna that she has to pass the test one by one and proves her mettle. It is something like these challenges that Vikas Varup brilliantly portrays the present day challenges that India faces like crop panchayat, illegal organ donation and corruptions. It is something like playing a cat and a mouse game with Sapna, and on her way she meets memorable personalities from a Bollywood superstar to a Gandhian social worker. Throughout the novel, she suffers a lot. She fights against social evils like corruption, child labor, forced marriages, caste system, crop panchayat, etc. She thinks that children are the valuable assets of the nation, and they needed to be protected and looked after if a country is to thrive and prosper in all spheres of human activity. This novel portrays the account of a child labor. When she sees the children in the factory, it is worse than what she thought. And she volunteers to help these children by giving a complaint to RTA under the Right of Information Act. And The man who is owning the factory wanted to unlock their dreams of freedom, but Sapna's tireless efforts brings them to unlock their dreams to come out like the butterfly with lots of colors towards their future. And also, because Oro portrays focuses on the women's oppression. It is one of the main forms of oppression, including racism and sexism. Even though there are feminist or social activists who raise their voice against the suppression of women, still we find the existence of such issues in many of the villages in India. And Sapna also tries to stop the forced marriages in Kap panchayats. It is again a common issue found in every remote villages in India. She reveals the truth that the secret of bringing out the truth in front of the world with the help of a mobile, even at crucial conditions. And she stands boldly to break the caste system marriage. She breaks out the caste system and encounters the sufferings of the women. She gets a bad experience from the police system. Sapna gets charged as a prostitute as well as a drug dealer by the police officer. She doesn't bother about what has happened to her. And the novelists focus on the process of becoming the real characters, not only to bring out the sufferings they face, it also focuses on the everyday challenges they meet by men among the society. And also, he tells about the sexual harassment, which was given by many VIPs among the society, and many people are undergoing the such tortures, but they will not able to reveal it and outside. And because it tries to bring a sort of awareness and also tries to give a hope in their life in order to raise their voice to seek justice through the incident. The Dayoshi who already seduced the girl and also forces to take her own, the girl's life, and now again he is targeting another girl. He wants to fulfill his eagerness of lust towards the girl. And with the help of Mercy, they make a plan and show that how the Rayoji's real face was. And everybody comes to know that Rayoji is a cheat, and Sapna has taken an effort to show the real face of Rayoji. And also in this work, we can find many such Rayojis disguised in a form of VIP who commit such sexual assaults. And now, because portray about the human organ trafficking, he picturized the evil side of the terrific game of human organs in the society, and also engages the courageous decision taken by Sapna to show the real face of the rich and the powerful people. Here, the doctors like Dr. Nath and the rich people like Angar get the kidney of the poor people for less money and sell it to the rich patients. They will not even provide the actual amount to the poor. Swarup portrays Sapna as a courageous person who does not bother about her life, but willingly shows out those sufferings of the poor people and the crooked mind of the rich people to the world. By telling about the kidney transplantation and human organ trafficking, she becomes a woman of decisiveness. And he also tells about the drug abuse and also all the tests, even she met many tests, and also all the tests have molded her by facing many challenges. At one stage, Sapna tells that I have no one to love, no job to hold, but I do have a dream to hold for, the dream of becoming the CEO of the ABC group. And at the end of the novel, she loses her job as a sales girl, and by chance, she gets imprisoned for the death of Vinay Mohan Acharya, and finally relieves herself from the case by proving her innocence. Life seems to be full of catastrophes after her agreement with Vinay Mohan Acharya, and she finds herself being bored and passes the test after suffering numerous setbacks. But she hasn't lost her hope in any circumstances. Swarup has molded her character in the right way. The process of becoming has come all through her life, and thus she gets a job as a CEO in the ABC group of company. But now she cannot accept it because she wants to fulfill her own wish to become a writer and also successfully gets a job as their own wish. She is very much satisfied by her own life, so the misfortune that Sapna had undergone all through her life is answered to her with a good fortune and become a well-known fiction editor at Publicon. At this time, she recognizes that all the challenges she has faced in her life is to provide her a great success. It's the continuous crisis that molds her into the process of becoming a refined personality. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You have given a wonderful and nice presentation. So I request other participants kindly brief your presentation within 3 minutes. Okay. The next presenter, J. Hindushree. J. Hindushree, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Pasumban Muthuramalinga Devar College. So kindly make a presentation, ma'am. Hindushree, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Pasumban Muthuramalinga Devar College. So ma'am, are you ready? Ma'am, are you
Yes,
ready
ma'am,
to?
I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Yeah, you please brief your presentation within 2 to 3 minutes. So kindly make your video on. Dear presenters, please make your video on. Okay, thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. My research article is titled An Ecofeminist Reading of Octavia E. Butler's Fledgling. So this fiction is written by Octavia E. Butler and got published in 2005. It is a science fiction. Within the world of science fiction, there is a subcategory or a subgenre called Afrofuturistic fiction. It is actually dealing with the aesthetic experience of Black people and with a blend of science and technology. It is going to represent the champions of the future. And those champions are Black people, especially those who faced challenges in their past life. It puts forth the concept of celebrating Black imagination, and it also recreates, restores, rejuvenates, and redefines the Black subjectivity. This novel is actually about a post-human named Shori. She is born out of a genetic experiment. So this novel can be analyzed from various perspectives, ecological studies, gender studies, and it can be examined from various points of view. And I have taken ecofeminism, which is the subgenre of eco-criticism. It actually deals with the connection between Mother Nature and women. They are entwined and intertwined in such a way that they are inseparable. They face the same suppression and struggle as patriarchy forces upon them. The main objective of the research article is actually focusing on the life of a post-human named Shori, the suppression she faces, as well as it talks about the ecosystem which determines whether the leadership should be matriarchy or patriarchy. Hope the world is completely built with patriarchy, at least in the post-human world, matriarchy will continue the lineage. Ecofeminism, what are the perspectives present in Fledgling? It begins with an interconnection between women and nature. Always women and nature are seen in par with subjectivity and emotions. They face oppression. For each and every suppression, there is a cause as well as there is a replacement. This replacement can be based on empirical, conceptual, and epistemological. A famous ecofeminist states that women and men's position in nature as well as culture dualism cannot be bridged. Only the connection between nature and women can be bridged. This novel Fledgling can be even seen from the cultural studies point of view because it celebrates the post-human, not just human. Fledgling. Fledgling is actually a young one without a life. It is just a young bud hoping and waiting for an experience.
Shori, she is a post-human, black human, female vampire. She is the first woman vampire born out of a female and a male. She is already waking up to destruction. She doesn't know who she is and whether she will be accepted in the society or not. These are the traumas being faced by Shori in the upcoming days of her life. When she was born, she was just 10 years old. When she actually comes to know about her real age, she wonders the surprise of science and technology. She is marginalized. She faces jeopardy as a post-human, as a woman, as a black woman. She wanted to neglect all those anthropocentric biases that are present in the world. It is quite difficult to accept a post-human now because we are already in the digital world facing COVID and so many multiple microorganisms. The concept of post-humanism is not something new to the world of fiction, but the thing when a vampire and a human merges, it can be a boon to the society. There are binaries that are existing between human and non-human. Where does this post-human stand is a very big question because there exist hierarchical categories even in nature and culture. What is that hierarchical strategy? It is the self and the other. If it's a post-human, we call it the other. If it is a human, we call it the self. This is one such example that examines the domination which is built in dualism and which marginalize women, nature as the other, not as us, it's the other. They are not included in the so-called constructed society and how nature itself was neglected by the patriarchal society. This is how Octavia Butler tries to project how far nature and women have been suppressed to the core. Ecological perspectives. Nature becomes part and parcel of everyone's life. We are co-evolving with other species. How can you neglect a vampire in our present culture? Because all those determines matriarchy. Even the ecosystem becomes part and parcel of our memory. She, the protagonist Shori, she tries to find herself in nature. Nature determines the birth and death of each and every individual organism. There is a similar fate of reduction faced by both nature as well as women. To sum up, Shori, she is born out of a genetic experiment. Human world is not going to accept Shori or the vampire world. Where does she stand becomes a very big question. She wanted to restore her memory. Nature helps her to restore her memory because ecosystem itself acts as a symbiont in her life. She neglects all those anthropocentric structures. She becomes very confident of becoming mutual dependence and independence because it is a chain that connects human life. And this novel, as well as this research article, ends with a positive note of how nature and women, they take up the responsibility of future, which is already paved in the past long back. So these are the works cited.
Thank you, ma'am. Really, it's an excellent presentation. We have enjoyed your presentation. So you have explained how women and nature are connected and how the women are triply marginalized and nature has no division, no partiality, but man himself makes all the things so which may create. So there is a difference between, even you can find in the society, you can find the differences. This is all created only by man, not by nature. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's an excellent presentation. So dear presenters, within this, we shall wind up this session. Our next session will begin at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. So you can have your lunch now and other presenters, your names will be given in the WhatsApp group. So accordingly, you be ready after 2 o'clock. So you have the session by our resource person. Okay. After the presentation, after the resource person's presentation, so you may have your own presentation, you can give it. So we just give the messages in the WhatsApp group. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your kind cooperation. So thank you all.
Ma'am?
Tell me please.
Afternoon I have class, ma'am.
Okay, then shall we tell, okay, if you are ready, we shall, you can do your presentation now. Okay, yeah, please.
Now I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So, kindly, please Tell your name, please.
Ahmad Sadika, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone gathered here for the virtual presentation. I am Ahmad Sadika from Sokaikara College for Women. Now, can I share my screen?
Okay, you can share your screen.
So my paper aims at analyzing the traditionalism versus modernism in R.K. Narayan's The Painter of Science. As we all know that R.K. Narayan is a very prominent figure in Indian literature, known for the fictional town Malgudi. He began his writing career when Green found him a publisher to publish his first semi-autobiographical novel, Swami and Friends, in 1935, followed by Bachelor of Arts in 1937 and The English Teacher in 1945. These three collectively forms a trilogy, and his subsequent novels are given in the PPT. Many critics considered The Guide to be his masterpiece, which won him a coveted Sahitya Academy Award. Green has appreciated Narayan with the phrase, "the novelist I admire the most in the English language." So in this novel, Narayan has made a bold move in creating a revolutionary character named Daisy. Moving to the area of our focus, looking at tradition. First is the setting. Unlike the modern villas and sedentary lifestyle, Narayan has set his novel in an ancestral house with a river at the backyard. Next is a hero, Raman, who demands a reason or a logic in everything he does. So he proudly calls himself to be a rationalist, stating that I am a rationalist and I don't do anything unless I see some logic in it. The next is how the people spend their leisure time. So people those days went to the temples listening to the epic stories and Puranas narrated by the Pandits, unlike the modern day women spending much time unproductively. So then comes Raman's aunt Lakshmi. So Lakshmi stands as an icon of tradition and motherhood in the novel. Lakshmi is a very orthodox widow, taking care of his nephew, spends her leisure time in the temple, meeting his neighbors, etc. She is very strict. When Raman opened her decision about marrying Daisy, Lakshmi stated that Raman should not marry a Christian, which depicts that she is not willing to accept the intercaste marriage. Then when Raman decides to marry Daisy, Lakshmi does not want them to trouble. So she decides to leave to the Ganges on a pilgrimage. So next one is moving to the modernism. We have our heroine, Daisy, a revolutionary, authoritative, dominant character created by R.K. Narayan. She left her house at the age of 13 for a cause, but she not even once in her lifetime regretted for that. And about her campaign, so her campaign is on family planning, which is purely contrast to the tradition, where she is educating the villagers to control the birth rate. And Daisy is adaptive to the situations. When Raman and Daisy went on a campaign, she was ready to travel on the car, bathed in the public well, slept on the ground without bothering about her comforts. The next one is Daisy's concept on marriage. Daisy does not have faith in marriage and she needs a change that bride viewing should be converted into group inspection. She has an aversion towards prostrating, and she states that she hates prostrating before one human. So one human prostrating before one human is aversion which Narayan also hated. When Raman explained 5 different kinds of marriage, both agreed to the Gandharva style of marriage because that Gandharva style of marriage is free from rites and rituals. So they does not want to follow the traditional conventional form of marriage. And Narayan has provided Daisy with Shantanuganga myth, which will help her to preserve her independence if Raman takes the upper hand after marriage. And modern Daisy had certain conditions like she won't have children out of wedlock, and if by chance she would give away the child to pursue her dreams. Thus, I'm concluding my presentation with Daisy as the most daring woman with the outrageous character. She is willing to take risks and possesses more of masculine character than feminine. So Narayan has once remarked, novels may bore me, but never people. So this quote stands true in the novels of Narayan. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, dear ma'am. So really, you have beautifully explained how tradition was modernity. Really, we enjoyed your presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am. So dear participants, so one more small request to you. So if anyone who wants to, okay, better you can continue. Okay. So we decided. So if you are, if you can, really you can continue your presentation. Okay. So now let me hand over to Dr. Kavi. Now the session will be continued by Dr. K. Kanyakumari, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, he will share the session.
So how should I respond for your all the
Hello. Am I audible? No. Vivekananda. Am I audible? Am I audible?
I'm just speaking, it's highlighted.
Yeah.
But I'm not able to hear them. I can't make out what is the issue.
1 minute.
Shall I end the call and rejoin the call?
1 minute. I will check out what the. Am I audible? Am I audible?
No, the thing is, you should be able to hear to what they are speaking. I'm not able to hear what they are speaking.
Sir, am I audible? Okay, sir. I'll just share my.
Just now I was able to hear. I was sitting there in the cubicle and I joined. There I was. Then I took a class.
Sorry, I could not able to show the PPT, sir. I will.
You do one thing. You can restart the system. Yeah. That's the best idea. I think.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing members of this conference for giving an opportunity to present the paper in this section. My paper entitled Symbolism in Shaila Abdullah's Saffron Dreams. This paper brings out the submerged psychic truth in which the author uses symbolism as a technique. For an author, symbolism creates a mood or emotion while they produce their work in literature. Symbolism represents an object, person, or situation. The symbolism is derived from the Greek verb symbolium, means to put together. Shaila Abdullah, when I say about the author, Shaila Abdullah was born and grows up in the city of Karachi, and she is also an author, writer, and a designer. Though she grows up in a Pakistani family, she have raised to be strong and independent under the guidance of her parents. She also attempts to capture how ordinary Muslims are affected by the tragedy of 2001 that happens in the America, especially the destruction of the Twin Towers. And also she brings out the silent majority of the Muslims, their normal lives, and among the law-abiding Americans, the citizens of Americans. And here she brings out through the protagonist Arisha Ilahi, She adopts, though she has been born in Pakistan, she adopts the life of America, and through in that country she undergoes miseries, sufferings, and also she challenges that after the death of her husband Faizan in the Twin Tower, the divorce of the Twin Tower. Here the author uses symbolism in the title of the novel, Saffron Dreams, that itself brings a symbol for the novel. Since the author is born in the Pakistan, she interlinks this with the Quran dream. In the Quran, several terms were being used to refer the dreams, and that is Ruya. Ruya means vision, Hulum means dream, Manam means sleep, and Bushra means tidings. And also it has been said in the Quran that if a person were been having a good dream, it is from the Allah, and if it is a bad dream means it is an Satan. Along with this dream, the author also uses the flower saffron. Especially this flower saffron is used for cooking in order to bring the aroma and taste, etc. But also it stands for wisdom and knowledge. This saffron also has a connection with the dream. The author says that if a person dreams saffron, it shows a calming influence is entering into their life. Or if the dream is about pillow of saffron means it indicates calm, happy time is coming. And if a dream is like drinking tea with saffron means beware of false friends that would wreck peace of mind of the characters. And also she is using the color as a symbol in order to indicate the rituals of the Pakistani marriage, that too in the life of the protagonist. So Pakistani wedding were been highly exposing the tradition and culture, and also it is totally different from the culture of America. Here she has been saying about them flowers color, that means white and flower color indicates the lives of the couples, and the color of the megandi, the red color, that were being used here as the alliance for the marriage. Especially the megandi were being, the artists were being designing the megandi, and in that many patterns, circles, semicircles, flowers, buds, and geometrical shapes were being used to draw it. And the patterns in that also, there is a traditional, that means the groom has to find the first letter of the bride name within the henna design. That indicates the marriage, consummating of the marriage life. And also the color, crimson color of the wedding dress, Sahara, what the Arisa were been weared before the day of the marriage with Faizan. And the color of yellow that she has been saying, it is a paste that were been applied 20 days before the ritual, wedding ritual were been started, in order to bring the bridal glow and orange color of the skin. And the saffron were being used to flare the dish of the varieties which have been made. Black color here, she has been saying that it is a sad thing that has been brought to the life of the Arisa. That means she is ironically here indicating the color of her hijab, which has been dividing the life of her after the destruction of the Twin Towers that happens in the America. And the white color also. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I'm just concluding. So here the author has been bringing out that the symbols which the author has been used portraying them were been the Pakistani women of life in the land of America, and also she is interlinking this with the marriage life. And also she were been bringing out the Irisa's hidden dreams and desires, interconflicts, and the wooded psychic. And here the author also presents a kaleidoscope image of the profound minds of the women, especially the Arisa's afflicted, silenced, and tortured life socially and also the economically. Thank you, sir. No problem, sir. No, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. No problem. No problem. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I'm ready. I'm ready, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel my pleasure to present the paper in this occasion. I thank all the dignitaries and also the participants. Here I'm going to. Okay, sure. I like to present my paper on the topic obsession and betrayal. It's a reading of Amrita Fana's The Memory of Love. Yeah. Okay. Betrayal that we know that will destroy someone's trust or possibly by lying or for our benefit or something else. But for that purpose, we will betray someone. Here, Vladimir Putin is also saying it is to be better for a betrayal. He says it is better to be hanged for the loyalty than rewarded for betrayal. And obsession, when we see that obsession, that it is one thing that one person or the thing they cannot think or anything else. What they are thinking or what they are not thinking, that can be expressed in this obsession. Amrita Fana, the writer that I have chosen is Amrita Fana. She is a Scottish Sierra Leone writer. As she was born and brought up in a diasporic way, she expressed how she faced all the things that when they are moving from one country to another and how they suffered a lot during the civil war. In that, we can also see that her father, he himself was also he was imprisoned for the amnesty, and also he was hanged for a treason during her lifetime. So this also touched her mind. With with these things, she wrote the novel The Memory of Life. Here, our writer Aminata Farna, she presents the things that have happened in the aftermath of the civil war. Whatever happened during and also the aftermath of civil war in the Sierra Leone. She is mentioning three things. She's taking three characters. One man who is betraying the other for the sake of himself, and another one, he is also betrays. He is a psychiatrist. Even though he is a psychiatrist, he is also betraying for the sake of himself and the people who were staying there in the Sierra Leone country during that civil war. They are also betraying themselves. And also the others for their own benefit. And they are justifying themselves how they are doing all these things. Here, first character Elias Kelly. He is a modest and ambitious professor. He's having an affair. He is having a one-sided love with Safia, another one character who is the wife of his colleague. For the sake of her, what he is doing means he is helping the other person, helping the police, giving a raw report to him. When he is giving that report to him, the person who is the Safia's husband, he was very much attacked, and after that they arrested him and he died. So for his own purpose, he is betraying that person. Then he is also betraying for the sake of his own daughter. For the sake of his own daughter means he is handovering the book in the hands of the police, that he has a list of names of his own daughter's friends. From that we can identify he is betraying the others, and also he is justifying himself why he done that. He justifies himself that he did everything for the sake of other people, but we come to know that he done it only for his own benefit. Then the next one is Adrian. Adrian, other one character given by our writer is Adrian Locker. He is a psychiatrist. He only finds out the mistake done by the man Elias Gale. He is bedridden and he sees he is sharing his story with this psychiatrist. But the psychiatrist, he's a good man, and he also used many theories and game theory or business dilemma to find out the truth from Elias Gale. But he also betrayed this Elias Gale. How means he had an affair with Elias Gale's daughter, Mama K. Adrian, he is working in this country. He migrated from one country and working here as a psychiatrist. His family is waiting there in his own country, his homeland. But he betrays them and having an affair with this Elias Gale's daughter to give her, to make her to be pregnant. So here also he betrays us. For the sake of him, he is having affair with Mama. Then next one is Agnes. Okay, sure. During the Civil War, many people they betrayed the people. Even who the nurse, the doctors who were helped the fighters to get their injury to be cured, they also betrayed them. They gang raped many people, and also they beaten up, they killed, the murder, everyone. All the people they were suffered during the Civil War. That was present in this Memory of Love by the Aminata Farne. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Okay, so I'll be really brief. So this is Sneha. I'm a research scholar. I'm here to present my paper, and the title of my paper, my paper focuses on the works of author called Mulana. The work primarily focuses on the climate change, the consequences of climate change, and here the author actually imagines an apocalyptic world in which the whole world would have come to an end, and here only have with a very few people who are trying to figure out how to do things in this new world. So actually the novel is set in Australia. So the novel actually the thing is here it actually shows how the Australian continent has recently suffered from their massive bushfires, and how they have lost a lot of livelihood and natural habitat. So here in the novel also we could see the whole world would have been lost a lot of landscapes and everything. So but the thing is with this bush, actually the novel is about the novel glorifies the indigenous knowledge of Australian indigenous people. So actually the bush fires could have been easily prevented if the government was more open towards the indigenous knowledge and their cultural practices, because before the advent of British colonialism, usually small scale fires would have been started in order to prevent these massive bushfires. So in the novel, we could also see the same kind of neglect towards the indigenous culture and the native people. So after this bush fire catastrophe, the government has recruited a team to study the primary causes behind these really large bushfires, and it was proposed by the team who actually studied the causes. They said that the indigenous knowledge should be embraced. It should be acknowledged so that we could actually prevent these massive bushfires in the future. The novel also states similar principles at the end. So this is how the whole thing goes. So yeah, that's my paper. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Mm. Sorry for the inconvenience. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Emna from. No, no. Yes, yes. Shall I turn off my presentation, or is it okay, sir? Yes, sir. I'm Emma, first MA from LRG College, Tripur. My title is the Diasporic Identity in the Jimpalahari, the namesake. In the namesake, the author was born in London and she is the American author. Her parents were in the Indian. Likewise, how in this namesake novel represent American and Indian cultural and a diasporic view. The diasporic means the migration from one country to another country. After the colonial period, also people are moving, migrating for their own desires, for their economical and their higher studies. Whenever they going to settle down in other country, they are facing many problems like with racist problem or any language problem or a cultural problem. This kind of problem arising from this uh, novel, the namesake, the lifetime also we are seeing this kind of problems are surrounding the migration people who are facing nowadays also. And I conclude my paper with the thing is the people who are migrated to the another country They are moving for their own desire, fulfilling their dream, but they're facing many problems and struggling with their own cultural and the new cultural. This kind of problem are day to day increasing. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
வீடியோ மட்டும் ஆன் பண்ணுங்க சார் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுங்க.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hearty welcome to one and all present here. Glad to welcome all of you to this valedictory function of the two-day international online conference on emerging ideologies and trends in English language, literature, and cultural studies. The highlight of this conference is that it provides a platform to the vibrant students and scholars who are actively involved in research activities to exhibit their skills in presenting their research papers. I'm really very glad that we could do that. To start with our valedictory function, may I invite Professor K. Adi Narayanan, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, to formally welcome the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. It's my duty, and I feel very happy to welcome you all to this valedictory session. First of all, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Dr. M. Lakshminaswamy, the principal of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, who is going to deliver the presidential address in this session. On behalf of English Department of Vivekananda College and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, I heartily welcome you, sir. Next, it's my privilege to welcome Dr. Ratan Bhattacharjee, visiting faculty, USA, come trilingual poet and columnist, associate professor and head, PG Department of English, Dumdum Motilal College, Kolkata, who has assigned time from his busy schedule to deliver the valedictory address in this session. On behalf of English Department of Vivekananda College and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, cordially welcome you, sir.
Yes.
Then I extend my cheerful welcome to the conveners of this conference, Dr. K. Smati, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Vivekananda College, and Dr. R. Smati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, and my hearty welcome to all the faculty members of English of both Vivekananda College and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, and I extend my happy welcome to all the research scholars and participants who have contributed to this conference. Once again, I welcome you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you for your warm welcome, Professor Adi Narayanan. As the next event, may I invite Dr. M. Lakshminaswamy, Principal of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, to kindly deliver the presidential address.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am extremely happy that the Department of English aided of our college and the Department of English aided Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, is jointly organizing a two-day international online conference on emerging ideologies and trends in English language, literature, and cultural studies. Our college was established in the year 1973 with a humble beginning in a green and clean environment. The college has grown magnificently in academic stature with autonomous status that includes 13 research departments, 11 PG departments, and 24 UG departments. We at KONGUNADU Science College believe that affordability should not be the barrier to quality education to anyone, and we have successfully upheld equality in distribution of education since our inception. Another feather in cap of our college is that the UGC has awarded the status of College of Excellence. The golden history of our college has been recorded with 49 years of excellence on man-making education. The study of language, literature, and cultural studies provides you with invaluable skills in writing, thinking, and expression. These proficiencies in communication and perception are powerfully flexible and adaptable, which prepare you to think creatively and innovate across diverse scenarios. I appreciate both the Department of English Aided for their effort in organizing this virtual conference, and I hope the conference will be fruitful and productive. இறுதியாக சென்ற வாரம் தபால்ல வந்து இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் பத்தி ஒரு இன்விடேஷன் வந்து ஒரு 5-6-7 இன்விடேஷன் அமைச்சு வச்சிருந்தாங்க. அந்த இன்விடேஷனை வந்து பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமா இருந்தது. இங்க ஒரு சுமதி, அங்க ஒரு சுமதி, இங்க ஒரு சுஜாதா, அங்க ஒரு சுஜாதா, இங்க ஒரு கவியரசு. எனக்கு ஒரே கன்ஃபியூஷன். மேடம் சுஜாதா மேடம், இந்த சுமதி மேடம், என்ன இன்விடேஷன்ல தப்பா போட்டுக்கிறீங்க? இல்ல சார், அங்கேயும் 3 பேர் இருக்கிறாங்க, இங்கேயும் 3 பேர் இருக்காங்க. So what a combination. Thank you. I really appreciate both the organizers for your excellent program. Thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you, sir. As the next event, we are glad to have Dr. Ratan Bhattacharjee with us to deliver the valedictory address. May I request Dr. M. Sendil Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, to kindly introduce the speaker.
Hello. So Dr. Ratan Bhattacharjee, now he is working as an assistant professor and head postgraduate Department of English, Dum Dum, Muji College since 1982. He was a former international visiting faculty to US universities, and he was one of the 5 distinguished members of International Advisory Board of International Theodore Dreiser Society, Philadelphia, USA. He has a vast teaching experience in UG and BGT for nearly 4 decades since 1982 to 2012. He has his credit to more than 20 volumes of books and more than 2,000 articles, which being the author of Literary Confluence and a View from August Press. He is the winner of Literatura Golden Star Award in 2020 and INSC Research Excellence Award in 2020, and the winner of International Education Award in 2020, and Best Professor for the year in the year 2020. He recently got ACN Educational Award in 2020 and ABA Abdul Kalam Award in 2020. He taught in Vidyasagar University and Rabindranath Bharat University as part-time faculty. As an eminent professor we have for this session, I hope this session will be very useful for the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sendil Kumar. Next, may I invite Professor Ratan Bhattacharjee to kindly deliver the valedictory address.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir,
okay.
you are audible.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, okay. At the very outset, I will convey my heartiest thanks to Dr. R. Sumati Padmanabhan, who gave me this rare opportunity of joining this galaxy of intellectuals of these two colleges and outside also, the abroad scholars who have joined this beautiful, beautifully organized international conference on a very, very important area, that is the emerging trends of ideology, literature, language, and culture studies. I am very much thankful to the principal of these two colleges and Professor K. Athi Narayanan and Dr. M. Santil Kumar introduced me a lot. I am not that much renowned also, just kind of humbly I will state that this topic is very much favorite for me, because very recently one of my story collection and one book published from USA, that is Bloomington, Indiana, and there I discuss some of the emerging trends of this new type of ideologies which are taking us a lot. Because, you know, any investment in knowledge always pays the best interest, as Benjamin Franklin was telling. And our conferences, seminars organized on different topics give us this opportunity to interact. Whenever we talk about ideology, automatically the question of understanding what is ideology, and many speakers in this session and the earlier session yesterday, they have described and narrated what is ideology. But as I feel, ideology is conceived basically to be the structure of assumptions which form the imaginative world of groups. Althusser writes that ideology is a representation of the imaginary relation of individuals to the real conditions of existence. So, ideology refers to both the real and the imaginary differences to the world. And ideology is also seen as the basis of consciousness. As the Marxist literary critic argues this point in assessing the relationship between it and the literature in question, this relationship is a strong one, and one that allows a greater understanding of the premises of any given work. Now, I will be talking about one very important emerging trend of the 19th century, and to try to focus how, in the context of narrative fiction, ideology may be defined as a frame of values, and the frame installs hierarchical relationships between pairs of oppositional terms, such as real versus false, good versus bad, beautiful versus ugly. Because significant paradigm shifts in all walks of life occur. And there are two main types of ideologies: political ideologies and epistemological ideologies. Political ideologies are sets of ethical ideas about how a country should be run, whereas epistemological ideologies are sets of ideas about the philosophy, the universe, and how people should make decisions. Now, to understand the realism and its offshoot, which is more important than realism itself, naturalism, is to understand the French novels of Balzac, Stendhal, Flaubert, and Zola. While human passions are the main focus of the first three, Zola focuses on social and economic conditions. Now, what I bring this writer into this discussion of ideology, because when I was in the States, then I saw the American version of naturalism. It is not 19th century. It is coming into the 20th century itself. And the moment we feel that 1890s, for example, when the social Darwinism in America created a strong wave of determinism, then imaginative literature of the time was deeply influenced. So ideology here is criticizing humans for pretending they are less animalistic than they think they are. Zola worked on this area because in The Origin of Species, Darwin repudiated the concept of purpose of the universe. In the Darwinian world, God did not exist, and man was subjected to all the natural forces of the universe. In this context, Darwin expounded the theory of biological determinism. We found this in the novels of Stephen Crane. We found an attempt to present a fragile dignity and a nervous integrity for man. William Dean Howells admired Zola and his documentation technique. You see, within a generation, a drift occurs from realism to determinism and to naturalistic technique seems completed. Man was found desperately groping for self-fulfillment in a world that was controlled by principles of hereditary determinism. Ideologies are very important in this case because the period between 1890 to 1940, almost 80 years earlier than we are now passing, but the society still remains almost the same because social factors, society that is changing, is influencing human beings. Whether the society influencing the human beings or human beings influencing the society, that's a tug of war. And according to this naturalism, principles of naturalism, which are based on hereditary and environment determinism, as the fountainhead of naturalistic movement in France, Émile Zola, did, he has defined it according to the scientific principles applied to literature. Because according to Zola, the main task of the artist was to represent reality which he obtained by making an analytical study of character, motives, and behavior of man. Now, you see, the 20 novels that Émile Zola wrote in the series La Rougon Macquart, that series was very important. Here he was very much influenced by the theories of Hippolyte Taine and Claude Bernard. The conviction was very simple, that man was determined physically and by some other forces outside himself, and is fundamental to Zola's naturalism. What is the difference? What is the ideological change here? Earlier, we believed that we are the sons of God, we are the children of God. And divinity and animality. This is a question in human nature. This question is not new. Even in Renaissance period, when Hamlet was asking, who is man, what is man? This question of animality and divinity was tormenting him. But finally, we have reached a society where ideology has changed. And man is now confirmed that animals are transformed by the surroundings and human being is an animal, and Zola took a step forward, a step ahead of Balzac by concluding that we are refashioned, we are remodeled, we are remade by the environment in which we live. Lillian first elaborately explained 18th century naturalism, and this was very much found in the novels of Theodore Dreiser. Theodore Dreiser, I was a member of that, one of the executive members of the Dreiser Society, and we do a lot of works on Theodore Dreiser and his naturalism. Because it's a philosophical system that is influencing Theodore Dreiser in America, American brand of naturalism, which is taken from Émile Zola's French naturalism. So this is very interesting. Two continents, two countries are watching the same ideology, but in two different ways. But the basic thing is same. Naturalists give stress on the animality of man and his heredity. But when Dreiser, he was taking that ideology from Zola, then this ideology is modified because he was not observing man fully as an animal whose course is determined by the heredity or by the effect of the environment and by the pressures of the moment. This terribly depressing conception robs man of all free will. Remember, America is a country of Whitman, of Thoreau. And those people, they are giving us human beings, their potentiality, free will of human being, transcendentalists. Their ideology is totally a different philosophy. And in that country, that continent, we find another voice of Theodore Dreiser, who was talking about the animality of human being and naturalistic doctrine, which assumes the fate is sometimes imposed on the individual from the outside. The protagonist of a naturalistic novel is therefore at the mercy of circumstances rather than of himself. Zola's distinction between fatalism of the Greek tragedies and determinism of the French society are affecting Malcolm Cowley and especially Theodore Dreiser in a different way. American naturalism followed only broadly the ideologies of Zolaesque naturalism, reflected to a great extent in the novels of William Dean Howells and Stephen Crane, who are very famous for their realistic novels. It was not deterministic, but rather a little descriptive and psychological. In the novels of Frank Norris, for example, naturalism touched the highest peak, all-pervading influence of the Zolaesque naturalism. In America, turned a writer like Frank Norris into an observer and experimenter. So I'm almost like in a laboratory. Human being is like a guinea pig I am making an experiment with the guinea pigs, and I am finding some facts about human being. Human document, a kind of scientific observation of human activities, human will. Here, a big shift occurred in the novels of Theodore Dreiser, who was coming out of the fold that is created by the octopus, that is created by the other novels written by Norris or Crane. What are those things that gave this French ideology a new shift? Because here we find character like Sister Carrie in Theodore Dreiser. Because Dreiser wanted to show that Sister Carrie, today we are talking about the female freedom, who was trying to work and to gain financial, economic independence. Sister Carrie was the first American woman in the late 19th century who was coming out of the house to chalk out an existence that is very, very economically independent. But she could not ignore the animalistic passions. She was driven by the wave, driven by the current of animality. But at the same time, there is the urge for establishing her own identity, own willpower. And here, Dreiser's novel gives us the Emersonian stress on individualism, which is based on the divinity of man. You see, in the ideology of Zola in France, there is no place, no room for the divinity of man. While that ideology, when it comes out as an emerging trend in American fiction in the late 19th century and in the early 20th century, then you find man's individualism is in direct relationship between his soul and God. Because Dreiser, in novel after novel, even Sister Carrie, even an American Tragedy, he has not shown man as a poor, wretched victim of the environment, but as one in active conflict. This conflict, H.L. Mencken, in his preface, very beautifully interpreted. He told Dreiser's aim. What is Dreiser's aim? Its aim is not merely to record, but to translate and understand the thing he expresses is not the empty event and act, but the endless mystery out of which it springs. His pictures have a passionate compassion in them that it is hard to separate from poetry. See, the ugliness of naturalism, the ideology of naturalistic novelists is now given a divine edge and the almost a poetic quality, the artist in Dreiser, that is also attracting the novelists of the time. So Dreiser is excluded from the naturalistic movement, the raw movement that Zola started, and he was shifting towards transcendentalism of Emerson and Whitman. Again, I am going back to that ideology of Hamlet. What is man? Divine or animal? God or an animal? This question again and again comes to literature. In which way you will look at human being? Man is a victim of misunderstanding. Sometimes you are a victim of Freudian ideology, Freudian philosophy. Because you see, there the mythology that is created is the mind, libido and id, this kind of question is coming. And whole world has only two sections, man and woman, nothing beyond that. No relationship, only man and woman. Again, if you come to the Marxist ideology, you will find no difference between anywhere else, only haves and have-nots. Two different philosophies, two different paradigms always dominate us in any ideology. So the moment you are going to discuss the question of ideologies, from existentialism to absurdism, from this divine theory of transcendentalists and to the naturalism of the animalism of the novelist, everything you are finding the creative tensions of the writer. And whenever you are emanating from the oversoul, as Emerson was talking about the mysticism, so transcendentalism was permeating the spirit of American expansion, the American dream of individual opportunity. Indians, they have dreams. Even Indian ideology, they have dreams. We have writers. See how ideologies are changing. At one time, our writers like Mulk Rajanand, Premchand, they wrote about the poor people, about the suppressed people, about the oppressed people. They wrote about the poor people, section of the marginalized class community. They have written. But when Valmiki's Jutan was coming, then what is the difference, basic difference between that ideology of the Dalit literature and the ideology of the earlier literature, where the Dalits were described as horizon in the novels of Raja Rao or Kantapura and other novels? Then what is the difference? They also talked about poor people. Again, Jutan also gives us the description, horrendous description of suffering of Dalit people. Where is the difference? The two ideology. In the novels of Premchand or in the novels of Mulk Rajanand or in the novels of Raja Rao, we find the picture, abject suffering, poverty, deprivation. But in the novels of Jutan, in the novels of Valmiki, or other Dalit writers, we find not merely the picture, we find the protest. Means Dalits are now able to protest, not merely tell their suffering to the masters and ask for the favors from the master, that you show us pity, we are suffering, you give us pity. No. Here they are protesting voice. They are going for a betterment of their soul, betterment of their identity, betterment of their free will. So ideology is very much needed. Even it is Dalit literature. When Ashapurna Devi was writing her novels, for example, and the South is very much a favorite. Ashapurna Devi's novels are very favorite in the universities of South. So I know, and in Ashapurna Devi's, she was again demarcating an area where the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe is not mentioned even. Beyond that zone of official periphery of Dalits and scheduled castes, what they are doing, unscheduled, means not mentioned, not recorded, their sufferings. And those people are also brought to the periphery of the suppressed people. So ideology is changing again. Means we are not going to seek any kindness, grace and pity from you. Rather, we rouse the passions of fear for the catharsis of the society. Because this society needs to be undergoing a catharsis of its ideas. And the ideas that it is cherishing down the ages need to be changed. So it is not merely a question of evolution, slow change. It is a revolution in place of evolution. And revolutionary thinking is now gradually motivating, modifying our ideologies. Again, I'm going back to Drizer's novels, because we are going to describe how naturalism is, as an ideology, is undergoing the shift in the novels of Dreiser. It will show you how ideologies are gradually emerging as a new trend, because it is coming with the development of in our thinking. When Emile Zola was writing about that Le Rougon-Macquart series of novels, he was trying to give us a realistic attitude, while Dreiser, going to depict the realism of American society, he was actually doing it through the romantic attitude to visualize the new world in a new way. And Richard Lehan, very important critic of Theodore Dreiser, he remarked about the dreams roused in Dreiser's mind by the newly risen city. I mean, quote, the city compelled him because it was creating through industry and finance capitalism a new world. I'm giving you one very, very concrete example of the topical society, topical issue. Last 2 years, 3 years, we had undergone a pandemic lockdown. Our total theory, total ideology about the creation of literature, composition of literature has changed, undergone a change. It's a miraculous change, We are suddenly adapting ourselves to a new reality. I'm calling it digital ideology. See, you are not habituated in India. People are telling that Europe, America, they are developed countries, they are very much adapting to the digital kind of culture. But today, when your children at your home are addicted to gaming in the name of online classes, what ideology is coming? You have to exploit digital opportunities for the education and for the society for better purposes. Because in the lockdown period, they had nothing to do. They could not go outside. So you gave them some leisure kind of thing. But today, when you are again coming back to normalcy, that habit is remaining. In West Bengal, one very interesting incident is happening. Students are demanding online examination, though they are ready to come to offline classes, but they are trying to pressurize the government for online examination. Why? Because, teachers, all you are here. You know why students are very much interested in online exam. And this is also another new trend which is coming out. Now, if anyone is going to give them any book to read, earlier at one time, we have seen that pen is the matter of museum now. Now you can see the pens in the museum because nobody is writing with the pen. They're all using the laptop and mobile and everything. So ultimately pen is gone. The fountain pen with the ink, black ink, we used to fill up the pen, that culture is gone. So ideology will change. Because the moment you are reading a book and the moment you are seeing the book on the TV screen, totally different sensation is created. So now the writers who are coming up, who are emerging as new writers, they should think how to capture the audience, how to capture the readers, how to motivate the readers. That is very important. Because now you cannot give them pen and paper to write on their answers and to do their things in that way. So ideology is basically connected to the social changes. The moment your change is coming, when pandemic came, then people lost faith in God. Nietzsche was telling much earlier, God is dead. But although Nietzsche lost faith, we did not lose faith. We had our faith. But the moment pandemic came, when coronavirus was attacking us, and man after man, crores of people are dying, no way to save our life, and no question of vaccine in the first lockdown, then you are losing faith in God. Suppose you are writing a poem at that time, then will you write about your faith in God? So why you blame Zola for losing faith in man, in God? Because he was seeing such a society, in the mining society. For example, when he went there, he saw this kind of ugly, nasty life of the people, poor people. They are leading animal life. So he had to write those 20 novels. Today, again, when you are in the pandemic situation, then also if you go to the COVID hospital, if you see the sufferings of the people there, then you cannot keep your faith in God anymore. Today again, you are coming back to that faith. Again, new literature will come. So every moment, it is society which is creating the ideology. Man is not creating ideology. Man is basically dependent on the society for the creation of the ideology. The impulses, social impulses, the society, as it is dictating terms on the human being. Because Dreiser imagined life as a mirror, society as a mirror. You are looking at the society to see whom, not other people, but yourself. And the creator, writer, they are only contemplating, they are only seeing themselves. So we can think in this way. The emerging trends of literature will be coming in this way. And I will ask the organizer here whether my time, that is because everyone has a constraint of time. So if I know how much time is left for me to finish. Will you kindly?
Can it be for 5 more minutes?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
5 minutes is needed because I have to round it up.
Doesn't matter, sir. Doesn't matter. We too were very much immersed.
It is such
the way you-
it is such a vast topic. You have almost hit the hornet's nest. Okay, so almost total things coming out, because under your topic, anything under the sun can come, because you are not only
just
including
unravel what are all the things that we don't, that we are yet to learn. We are so happy, but you just take your time, sir. Doesn't matter.
Very good idea, because you are giving the open horizon for thinking, and not creating any blocks for the speakers, because I think this seminar, this conference is should be repeated again. It should be continued as series 2, like that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are so happy.
Series
we
2.
are so happy because we too, when we listened to your speech, that we too thought that it could be long, because we are yet to learn a lot.
Madam, I was caught unaware. I was not at all ready, not at all prepared. But the topic is to my soul, actually. It's very, very good topic. Because without ideology, you cannot proceed. Any writer should start with the ideology. It is like a pen. When you go to write, you must have a pen and a paper. Naturally, along with that, you must have an ideology. So ideology, pen and paper, then only something will be created. So you have hit the right head of the nail, and ultimately I think your seminar is a grand success, will be a grand success. Those who will listen to the speeches of the speakers, because they have touched so many topics which are very, very relevant to modern times, and they have linked it how the society has influenced our thinking, and we influence the society. It's a kind of tug of war, like the Ukraine and Russian war. Like that is the society more strong, or we are more strong? Man's voice or the voice of the society? This is a tug of war. So now society is hurling missiles at us. We are also hurling missiles at the society. Now let us see who will win at the end. but the emerging ideologies will continue, because change is the basic of life. And the moment more and more trends will emerge, more new ideologies will emerge, then only we can say that earlier ideology was winter, next ideology will be cherry blossom, and naturally the winter has come, spring cannot be far behind. Thank you so much. Namaskar, pranam from Kolkata.
அப்புறமே கொடுக்குறேன் நானும் மேம்.
Sir, sir, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We are so grateful, sir, for the time and effort you took to deliver this valedictory address.
I am honored. I am honored to get this chance, because if I have to speak something that is not much more important, because you have honored me with this valedictory speech, means all is well that ends well. Finally, all is well that ends well, and you have made it very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sir, do you hear me, sir?
Yes, now I hear you. Now I hear you. Please.
First and foremost, I just thank you for extending your academic support. Before that, my special gratitude goes to Dr. R. Sumati, who has extended a helping hand at the time of, what can we say, we were very much perplexed and we were very much disturbed how to compensate with the schedule. But all of a sudden, your kindly help and academic assistance helped us to make
actually, Dr. Sumati has some magic, you know. So there is one famous quote from Tacitus. That is, Tacitus told, "I did not believe in magic." The old man said, the young man said, "I did not believe in magic." So the old man said, "You will believe when you will see her." So I started believing in magic when I saw Dr. Sumati, because she is the most dynamic person on social media. And as a professor, she is very popular. I know, I saw her all posts and everything. She is very popular and very academic minded. That is very much my pranam and respect for Sumati, madam.
Yes, we have not only seen her magic, but we have experienced the magic through your presentation.
Exactly.
And what is so unique about your speech is that the speakers, keynote speakers, they focus their attention only on language, literature, and cultural studies. But your case is particularly so special and extraordinary, because you touched on the very beginning of the word, that is ideologies. That ideology that you started from how it started and with social Darwinism in America, and then the period between 1890 and 1940, how the society still remained the same. There is no change. Even today, there is no change between 1890 and 1940. And you just explained how naturalism is based on hereditary, and then you just touched Zola. And then ideology defined man as the combination of animality and divinity, all the things. You just told that how we remodel ourselves depending on the environment we come across in our life. And then how the ideology gets changed nowadays, suiting to the situations that we come across in life. And you just told how the digital ideology has made even children to be the slaves of these electronic gadgets. Everything he explained, it was so excellent. It was something new. And not only that, you just made us think about ideology when we go for research studies, when we focus our research work. I just had got the idea of including this ideology, because it is emerging, it keeps emerging, there will be no permanent definition can be given for this ideology. Everything you have just unraveled the mystery that is lurking under this ideology. Thank you so much for enlightening this scintillating speech that you have given in this valedictory address. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
I'm happy that all of you are happy with me. There is the
Yes,
most.
sir, we will disturb you once again, sir.
Yes.
We will disturb you once again, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Can I get this video, this speech later in your YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Kaviyar, sir.
Not hearing.
Sir, please unmute your mic and talk.
Okay.
Kavi sir, unmute your mic. Audible, sir.
Yes, now it's coming. Sure. Thank you so much. All of you are so sincere. It's really, in the academic world, this sincerity is almost kind of give us some heartening message. That is, we are still so sincere, and academicians, this sincerity is be having some ideological impact on the student.
We will try. We are doing it. That's why we practice it, no, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. You are a good speaker. You are also summing up things so beautifully. I also don't know what I told, but you know what I told. That is the most important thing.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So prompt. Yeah, thank you.
Sir, that is Dr. Kaviyar of our college, sir.
Yeah, I went to Coimbatore and your Bharatiya University and other places for conducting PhD vibe and everything. I saw the dynamism of the South people. Teachers are so sincere. I like South actually. And Vivekananda, he was known as a person from Kanyakumari. And the moment, Kanyakumari, because Vivekananda temple means Kanyakumari temple. That we don't.
Bhagavati temple, Bhagavati Amman temple.
We sometimes forget Belur Mott, but we would never forget Kanyakumari temple, because he was jumping to the river and that sea he was swimming. So I think that is because the South, that environment of South is making him that bold. That is Bengal and South, beautiful connection through Vivekananda.
Thank you, sir. And we once again just thank the whole team of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College for they have extended more than 100% cooperation, coordination, and academic assistance, everything, so as to get this kind of speech, which can open our mind, because we will be filled only with the repeated topics that we have to deliver to our students. But this is a rare opportunity that has been given to us on conducting this kind of conferences. We have got exposed, and we have just made our research scholars also to get in touch with this kind of topics, to go for some other title when they go for postdoctoral study. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Vote of thanks. Ma'am, Sumati ma'am, please.
Yes, ma'am, we shall go. Vote of thanks.
As we are close to the end of our valedictory ceremony, I invite Dr. S. Rajaprabha.
Warm good evening, everyone. A warm good evening, everyone. I am reminded of the saying, gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Every event is an experience. The external fades away and the internal echoes within the deepest depths of our heart. We are reminded that events like this one are milestones in our journey of our life. The event of such magnitude involves the contribution of many. So let me take this opportunity to register our sincere thanks to the management of both the institutions, without whose encouragement this event would not have happened. Our sincere thanks to the chief patrons, Mr. C. Rajan, Secretary, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and Dr. C. A. Vasuki, Secretary and Director, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Let us extend our sincere gratitude to our resource persons, Dr. P. Karunakaran, Senior Lecturer, Dr. Neil Elengo, Associate Professor, Department of English, the American College, Dr. Frederick, Associate Professor, Department of English, Bishop Hebbers College, Dr. Ratan Bhattacharjee, Visiting Faculty, USA Trilingual Poet and Columnist, Associate Professor and Head, Postgraduate Department of English, Dum Dum Moti College, Kolkata. And let us also record our sincere thanks to patrons Dr. C. Rajashekar, Principal, Vivekananda College, Dr. M. Lakshmana Swami, Principal, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. Next, let me take this opportunity to register our thanks to the conveners of the event, Dr. K. Sumati, Head, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and Dr. R. Sumati, Assistant Professor, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, whose strenuous efforts made this event a very successful one. Our sincere gratitude to all other contributors, the staff members, students, technical assistants, and all other participants who made this function a very successful one. Not the least, cheers to all the budding scholars who have exhibited their research and participation skills. The end of the story is new beginning for many others. The end of the story is the new beginning for many others. Happy endings mark happy new beginnings. Thank you one and all. Let's disperse with smiles in our face and get united in some other intellectual confluence. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ratan Bhattacharjee, sir. We are indebted to you, sir. Really, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On the other end, from all the staff members, research scholars, and everyone
and all the
here.
department staff members of Vivekananda College. We thank you all.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, ma'am.